Prepare yourself.
As you pick up the ring, you feel a cold, dark pain shoot up through the bones of your arm. Your mind itches. You don't hear, but feel a whisper in the cavity that functions as your ear. It tells you to slip the ring onto your finger.
That's plenty.
Look at that one. It hums with inner sauce. Nice.
I'm sorry.
He trembles and seems to shudder with a quiet sob.
I'm cursed, you know. Bloody Brachus bound me here to protect his vault. He has my soul in that jar just there, and I can't leave without it. As long as the jar stays unbroken, I can never truly die. I don't rightly know. This was the Source King's way. Befriend you, then destroy you. I was a fool to expect I'd be an exception. His favor was intoxicating. That's no excuse, but it is the reason. Really? You would?
He drops to his knees before you and grabs onto your feet with both hands, head hanging.
Thank you.
The jar before you may have looked opulent once, but no longer. Now it's covered in grime, its paint chipped away, and its jewels long stolen. The soul jar rocks slightly, light flashing from underneath its lid. On its rim, you can just barely make out the name Gratiana. As soon as you touch the jar's cracked surface, you see a vision of splendor, silks, fine food, and decadent lechery. But underneath it all lies bone and blood. The vision shifts. You see burning villages, slaughtered women and children. You see her, purging wand in hand, standing amongst it all. She throws her head back and laughter echoes in your skull. A shadow falls across her, and you see a large, weeping face. She reaches out as if to comfort, but Bracchus drags her back. You see her fall into the mire of the swamp, trapped. As you pull your hand away, you can feel a deep, longing sadness in your soul. Is it regret, or just sadness for a life that used to be?
Good find.
This jar glitters and glows. From within, you think you can make out the distant sound of laughter. With a jerk, your mind is pulled to a scene in a tavern. You see a dwarf in the center of the room, joking us all around roar with laughter. All bar the zombies, who are slavishly serving food and drink. The door opens, and a tall, beautiful woman stalks into the room. She's flanked by heavily armed guards. You can't make out her words, but see the fear in the dwarf's eyes. The dwarf mutters a word, and the undead lurch towards the intruder, but are cut down like wheat. The dwarf tries to run, pushing her friends into the woman's path, but is grabbed before she can escape. As she's dragged away to a tower, you hear her cursing Brachus Rex and his whore. Even when she's thrown inside and the door sealed, you can still hear her shouts. You pull your hand away from the jar, your head swimming. You can feel the dwarf's cold terror still twisting in your gut.
Good find.
The jar on the plinth before you seems ancient, but is in surprisingly good condition. It's covered in pictograms that you can't understand, but you're sure you just saw one of them move. The pictograms spin to life, and you're dragged into a dream. You see the lizards of the ancient empire turning their backs on you, casting you out into the wilderness. As you roam, the human apes turn away from you, all but one. One smiles, one opens his arms, one says he'll take you home. Brachus Rex. He promises power, for a price. He picks off your golden scales, one by one, stripping you down to the bone. He promised you a crown, but all you got was shackles. You try to fight, try to reclaim what's yours, but a woman takes you by the hand and leads you to a tower. He promised he'd take me home, you cry. You are home, she smiles as she seals the door. This is where you belong. Your hand drops away from the soul jar, your skin prickling. In the back of your mind, you hear a small, scared voice whimper before fading to nothing.
Nice.
The soul jar stands on its plinth, glowing softly. From within, you can almost hear the whisper of a voice. You see, or rather, you feel, a far-off land. Frozen breath hangs in the air, pine needles brush your cheeks, and in your arms you can feel a weight. A body, dead. But you have hope. Your vision swims. You're older, but perhaps not wiser. You march at the head of a shambling host, the enemies of Brachus Rex melting before you. The scene twists again. Now Brachus stands before you, a beautiful woman at his side. You lash out in treasonous rage, but cold arms bind you. You're sealed away in a tower. Your screams fill the darkness. You feel a jolt and open your eyes to see the soul jar before you, lying still in the vault. Your hand falls from the jar and grips the pillar as you try to calm your ragged breathing.
Nice.
The deity's head and hands are missing, severed as if by a sword. You can't tell if this was meant to be symbolic somehow, or a mere act of vandalism. As you take in its chiseled details, you have a vision. The statue comes to life and embraces you awkwardly with its broken arms. Unable to resist, you're flown away into an endless dark.
That shrine seems to have brought me here. What is this place?
The ethereal figure before you raises the visor of his highly polished helm. Beneath it, his handsome face is weary, yet his eyes burn fierce and bright. He glowers at you with disgust.
You pray not at my shrines? Can't say I'm surprised. You, my most wayward cub.
He spits over his shoulder, folding thick arms across his steel-bound chest.
You don't recall me, do you? I am Ralik, prime among the seven, and father of all humans. Father of you. I preferred you as a child, pious and devout, remember? I called you to follow me, and so you did.
Ralik gazes at your upright form, a contemptuous frown creasing his face.
Look at you now. My child, a killer for hire. You can't hide. I see the dead who whisper your name as they pass the threshold of the halls of echoes. And who's to blame? I know you blame the gods. But what blame can the gods take for the actions of men? The gods didn't make you into a mercenary, but nor did the gods make you refuse to kill that elf in Fort Joy. Oh yes, I know about that. You're a paradox, Ifan. And who's responsible?
He stares deeply into your eyes. As you gaze into his deep green eyes, you feel your whole consciousness following. You notice every shade of stone within, from iridescent emerald to flecks of grey. The verdant pools encompass you. There is nothing else, nothing but Ralik's eyes. Suddenly, a vision coalesces. You see yourself, the bright and zealous crusader you once were. You are breathless, scouting through deep forest. You are racing with a message of utmost importance for the elven people. You make it to civilization. Too late. An explosion devastates the beating heart of the elven city. Ancestor trees thud to earth, strong trunks crack even louder than the horrified screams. A fetid miasma pulls the air. Gasping on the fumes, you are dragged to safety by a wolf who appears out of nowhere. He pulls you free, clawing an elven woman who gets in your way. She collapses, wheezing under the choking dust. She clutches your ankle with her hand, grip tight as a vice. As you reach down to help, her hand falls away, lifeless. Through the haze, the death fog, you see her dead eyes, black and staring. Through her lifeless eyes you fall. You see them, Legion. The thousands slain that day, those you were too late to save. The hundreds slain by your own hand since then, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. You see the motherless children left behind, the scarred slaves sold to the highest bidder. Choices you made, contracts you took. The army of the lost gaze at you silently, their loathing and reproach palpable. Encased in pitch black of deadest night, you know not which way is up and which way down. Vertigo spins your senses as you see the consequences of each choice you made, one damning choice after another. The guilt you tried to escape from lies here, bare, throbbing. It was waiting for you here all along, in this filthy chamber at the base of your rotten heart. Your pain pulses, ebbs and flows, undammed. You widen your eyes, striving to see further, but a stinging slap drags you back to reality. Rallick stands before you, gimlet eyes hard now. He slaps you again, harder.
Pity won't bring them back. Nothing can bring them back. But you can yet come back yourself. Long ago, you turned your face away from all that is light. Turned back to me, and you could yet save others. Could save all.
Rallick slaps you again, full force. He stares into your eyes with challenge.
That's what I'm looking for. That Crusader courage. The courage to stand up for what's right.
Rallick punches you full in the face. You feel a familiar sensation as the delicate bones of your oft-broken nose give way. He catches your arm in one vice-like fist and dangles you above the ground. He laughs and shakes you like a rag doll. You feel rage surge within you, barely containable. Feel it electrifying the blood in your veins, pumping through you. You feel like yourself. Rallick smirks and rises to his feet, wiping your blood from his now scarlet armor.
That's it, Ben Mesd. That fierce spark of zeal is why I chose you, why I saved you from that sinking ship. You tried to hide it behind apathy, but the light shines through. Embrace who you really are. Why did you become a Crusader in the first place? You heard my call, not Lucian's. So fight for me. I need you. The Seven didn't abandon Rivlon. We are trapped here, powerless and squabbling. You, ruthless son of humanity, you will be my champion in the world. You are my God-woken. I will grant you my blessing, fierce wolf. It will aid you on the path out of this place. And then, we will have words again.
Rallick steps towards you, solemn of face and bearing. He raises his right hand and presses it upon your heart. A surge
You may have noticed I've tried to help you on your journey. I blessed the water beneath your feet so that it would aid you. Now, you have the power for yourself. And this is only the beginning. More and greater powers await you, if only you will seek them. Only one like you can wield them. Now go, Godwoken. Go with my blessing. Let it remind you always of who you are. My Crusader. In time, I will ask more of you. But now, your goal is simple. Survive. Escape the grasp of those who would imprison you, who would break you, who would limit your true potential. My child, you and you alone must rise above the reach of minor people. But before you lope away, let me ask. You are traveling with company, yes? Watch them well, then. For they are dangers as much as any Magister. They are your rivals. They are God-woken too. But you are the one who will be a god, none other. Keep your claws sharpened and your eyes bright and keen. See everything from two sides. Take the wolf that saved you, that follows you so dutifully. Watch him. The wildest animals often turn and bite the hand that feeds them. Oh, and Losa, that pretty little one you think of at night. Kill her now, and be done with it. Until we meet again, my child.
No sooner have you rung the ornate bell than the face of a lizard woman surfaces from behind a rock up on the ledge before you. Her stare is as sharp as the bolt eyeing you from atop her crossbow.
Stand back, kinsman, and keep your hands off your weapons. Convince me you're no magister, or draw one last deep breath. Look about you, brother. Do you feel an all-powerful sun, or see the desert on all horizons? We are far from house and law. So don't you stand there and play coy with me. Not when the worms are licking their lips beneath your very feet.
She notices your collar, and you can see the tension ease out of her martial pose.
No, I suppose you don't look like a magister. Those dogs don't leash their own. Except for Alexander himself, as it happens. I apologize for the steel-tipped welcome, but lives are at stake. Hold on, I'll let you up.
With one graceful motion, the lizard throws down a tangled mess of vines for you to climb.
Come, ascend to the sanctuary of Amadia. You'll find you're not the only guest here, but the Great Mother provides for all. Be welcome to the sanctuary. Amadia's eye in the storm.
The Red Prince interrupts as you're about to speak.
This woman is a dreamer. I can see the answers spinning in her eyes. Do rest your legs for a bit while I question her. You're too kind.
Red Prince and the Dreamer exchange courteous pleasantries, as if they're finding themselves in a palace hall instead of a death-ridden swamp. She introduces herself as Bahara. To your surprise, they next lie down on the ground in a seemingly warm embrace and fall asleep. What follows, though, is far from peaceful. They claw and thrash as if struggling for dear life, caught in the hold of some hideous nightmare. Then they wake, haggard, exhausted. They speak of a vision, Brahmos, and another red lizard.
Praise the daylight. I am now. There was death in that dream, chasing me like 100 hungry lions. But at least I've new directions. When we escape and find ourselves on the mainland once more, I must search for Brahmos the Wanderer. Then I will finally know the truth, the very secret of my soul.
You are fortunate to have found this place. The hollow marshes swallow life and regurgitate only the dead. My name is Bahara. Like you, I am a sorcerer. But unlike you, I am also a faithful servant of Amadia, Praised be her name, and praised be her starlit eyes. Your chant has no meaning, for you know not of whom you speak. So let us sweep away such ill-starred ignorance, and allow me to enlighten you. Armadia is the Great Mother. She is the goddess in whose womb magic was conceived, from whose sacred body immortal wizards were born. Gratiana, her priestess in this sanctuary, is teaching me her ways. For several years now, I've been her disciple, but she has resided here for centuries, sustained by Armadia's love. I am forbidden to leave my watch, and there is no need for formality. Gratiana will receive you as you are. You'll soon find her. She never strays far from the statue of our goddess. It is the laboratory of a lunatic. A place removed from mercy and sanity where mad Brachus Rex would experiment to his dark heart's content. There are ruins in the marshes. Stonework vultures that perch above the king's long-buried treasure. But his is not a treasure of gold, ruby, and sapphire. It is a treasure of death, weapons, and vile magic. The nights here are long and lonely, but I often listen to my mistress Gratiana speak of days long gone, the heydays of Brachus Rex. Perhaps she will tell you her tales as well. My knowledge is but a pond. Gratiana's is the sea. It is the sea you should speak to. The guests, they call themselves Seekers. They're brave people, and friends to sorcerers. But you'll find them a battered band here today, brought low by bloody battle. Magisters, of course. Who else? The Seekers came here to rescue a sorcerer from the fort. They failed. Many fell. They've heard the shriekers shriek. I thank the goddess I'm not haunted by their sound. To know one's fate is to be fearless. I reside in Armadia's palm. I am hers to shield or hers to crush, and in that knowledge, I am content. They knew him to be God-woken. They sought to kindle the divinity slumbering deep within his soul. But Alexander bears no rivals. Only the son can follow the father, or so he is convinced. For him, divinity. For the others, the dungeons. It is truly harrowing to know this man seeks to be the Seven's chosen. Have you never heard of them? From the tales they tell of Brachus Rex, they were living weapons, made of flesh and reared in torture. The pain they endured was so terrible, their screams turned to solid lightning. Turns out the tales are true. The Magisters dug deep and returned these horrors to the surface. As you wish. Haunted quagmires is what they are, and what is mired in them is madness. Brachus Rex. He went too far. Source was never meant to be harnessed in weaponry. May Armadia curse his soul for turning creation into destruction.
He said his name. Barely even knew that much. But still...
Turn your head if you can hear me.
You tried your best, Han. I'm glad you're safe now.
We aren't really safe here, are we? He said his name. Barely even knew that much. But still...
Don't move, Jules.
You tried your best.
Save your strength.
I'm glad you're safe now.
We aren't really safe here, are we?
So long as
George, turn
Gareth
your head if
returns,
you can
we
hear
will
me.
be. You're certain it was...
Hello, stranger.
The dishevelled pair eye you with hope, though their hope is tinged with mistrust. The lizard gasps as she notices the marks left on your neck by the source collar. She steps towards you.
Rest, Jules.
You've come from Fort Joy. Can I ask if... Did you happen to meet a man named Gareth on your way here through the swamp?
He'll be back, Samadel. I know he will. He has to.
He has to, indeed. We need our leader. And if he doesn't return with help soon, we haven't a hope. Have you heard of Shriekers?
Han looks down with a flinch. Samadel reaches out, grasping his hand. Her jaw tightens.
They're weapons that can kill with a screech. The Magisters patchwork them from living sorcerers. Don't misunderstand me. We're not afraid to fight, but we are powerless against Shriekers. The priestess of the shrine told Gareth some ancient secrets, some defenses that could be found in Brackus's armory, and he went there in the hopes of finding it, whatever it is. You're kind to offer, but you'd best talk to Gareth's squire, Exeter. He'll know where your talents can be most used. Now, Han, let's take a look at your nasty leg injury.
Catch you later, stranger. It's good you're here. May you always walk in wisdom's wake, the flower-strewn path of Amadia.
been cursed. Lucky find. Ah, it's been cursed.
Samadel's focus and attention is wholeheartedly devoted to tending Han's sled.
Claude, turn your head if you can hear me.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Don't move, Jules. Save your strength.
As soon as all our wounded are healed, we'll need to search for the defences Gareth left to find.
Claude, turn your head if you can hear me.
But for now...
Mateys, let me change your dressing.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Rest.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Claude, are you still with us?
Please! It hurts!
Mateys, let me change your dressing.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
The others.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep. Claude, are you still with us? Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I'm fine. I swear. See to the others.
Rest, Jules. Claude? Claude? Can you hear me?
Please! It hurts!
Mateys, let me change your dressing.
I'm fine. I swear. See to the others.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Don't move, Jules. Save your strength.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Claude, are you still with us?
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be hurt. Leave me be.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep. Claude? Claude? Can you hear me?
Please! It hurts!
Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be hurt. Leave me be.
Don't move, Jules. Save your strength.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Please! It hurts!
Claude, turn your head if you can hear me. Mateys, let me change your dressing.
Afraid, I swear. See to the others.
Don't move, Jules. Save your strength.
Please! Take the pain away!
Claude? Claude? Can you hear me? Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be a burden. Leave me be.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Rest, Jules.
Take the pain away!
By Lucian's locks,
Claude,
stop
turn your head if you
fidgeting,
can
lad.
hear me. Mateys, let me change your dressing.
Afraid, I swear. See to the others.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep. Claude, are you still with us?
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I swear. See to the others.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Don't move, Jules. Save your strength.
Take the pain away!
Claude? Claude? Can you hear me? Mateys, let me change your dressing.
Afraid, I swear. See to the others.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Claude? Claude? Can you hear me? Mateys, let me change your dressing.
Afraid, I swear. See to the others.
Please! It hurts!
Rest, Jules. Claude? Claude? Can you hear me? Mateys, let me change your dressing.
Afraid, I swear. See to the others.
Soon as all our wounded are healed, we'll need to search for the defenses Gareth left to find.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep.
Take the pain away.
Claude, turn your head if you can hear me. Mateys, the wound is...
But for now,
Where? See to the others.
by Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep. Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Rest, Jules. Claude? Claude? Can you hear me?
Hans stares fixedly at the dirt floor, twitching lips giving away the grimace he's trying to hide as stinking ointment is applied to a deep gash on his leg.
Good to see you again, not-so-stranger. Glad you made it here in one piece, unlike me. Any idea what you're going to do next?
Mateys, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
He looks at you sidelong, brow furrowing.
Sure, just don't get too cosy. If you're smart, you won't stay here too long. Folks here just want to cry over spilt milk and wait for Gareth. Soon as I'm healed, I'll find him myself.
Don't move,
Someone
Jules.
has to.
Save your strength.
If you have one to spare, I sure would appreciate it.
He gulps down the potion and stretches his leg in front of him, grinning.
Almost good as new now. Thanks. Undead almost got me on the way in. Had to kick his head right off to get free. Put my foot through his skull and, well...
Swear. See to the others.
Don't I know it? Still, I hope I don't have to do that again anytime soon.
Claude? Claude? Can you hear me? Claude, can you hear me?
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I'm fine, I swear. See to the others.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Focus on your breathing, Jules. Slow and deep.
Please! Take the pain away.
Claude, are you still with us? Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be a burden. Leave me be.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Are you still with us?
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be a burden. Leave me be.
Rest, Jules.
It hurts!
Claude, are you still with us?
I'm fine, I swear. See to the others.
Save your strength. Matis, let me change your dressing.
I'm fine, I swear. See to the others. Please! Take the pain
Focus on your
away.
breathing,
Stop
Jules.
fidgeting, lad.
Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I'm fine, I swear. See to the others.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Rest, Jules. Claude, turn your head if you can hear me.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Please! Take the pain
Matis,
away.
let me change your dressing.
I'm fine, I swear. See to the others.
Don't move, Brave, Jules. Save your strength. Claude, are you still with us?
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad. By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
Focus.
The lizard holds a crimson-soaked rag against his side. He looks up as you approach, his expression oddly serene.
Magisters, they found our camp near the old harbour and unleashed hell upon us. I'm lucky in a way. I was wounded by an arrow.
Save your strength.
It wasn't just sword and spear the Magisters used on us. No, they had these weapons. Living beings, depleted of source and crucified, pathetic to look at until... the power that they unleashed. There was nothing we could do. Only run. Shriekers they're called. I can still hear that sound they uttered. Makes my scales crawl.
Sir Gareth is looking for a way to defeat them now. Let us hope he finds it.
Jules, save your strength. Claude, turn your head if you can hear me.
It hurts.
Matis,
The young woman chews her lower lip as she observes the injured before her.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
She bends to grab a rag, wiping her blood-smeared hands. She looks up and sees you.
If you're looking for healing, sorcerer, well, there's not much I can do.
The woman wrings the blood-stained rag in her hands anxiously.
Magisters aren't known for their mercy. Many of us died. And the ones here will likely follow the same fate, by a slower road.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I've done all I can. Their wounds are too great. All I can offer them now is prayer and a cup of water. If you know a way, I'd be beyond grateful. A few hours ago, that might have helped. Look at their pallor. Only magic can pull them back from the brink now. Magic? All I've got is my own two hands and...
She trails off and limply gestures to her paltry makeshift infirmary.
I'm not even a healer. Ours was killed in the attack. I'm just a cook. Do what you will. Just don't cause them any more suffering. Rest, Jules.
It hurts.
Matis knows you're alive. You have my thanks.
By Lucian's locks,
I'm
stop
fine.
fidgeting,
Swear.
lad.
Say to the others.
You still with us?
I feel better.
Illusion Fidgeting lad.
Take the pain away.
Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I'm fine. I swear. See to the others.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
Bring them all back from the brink.
Healed? I'm healed.
Matis, the wound is festering. It needs to be changed.
I will not be a burden. Leave me be.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
How do you have so much power?
That's better. Up and at 'em. We need to get off this island.
My strength is returning. I'll be able to fight again soon.
Someone healed me. I was bound for death, and they saved me. It's a miracle.
He lands a comradely slap on your back. His strength has definitely returned.
Don't you doubt it. This old war serpent's still got some fight left in him, especially now that wound is healed.
What?
It seems the wounded will pull through. Thank the gods.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
I feel better.
It seems the wounded will pull through. Thank the gods.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
Healed? I'm healed.
Water, please. Water.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
It seems the wounded will pull through. Thank the gods.
I'm healed.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad. Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
Healed?
The fog is lifting.
Illusion's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
I feel better.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad. By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I feel better.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I feel better.
Healed? I'm healed.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
I feel better.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad. By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
The fog is lifting.
By Lucian's locks, stop fidgeting, lad.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
Maybe we should fortify this place. Make a stand. No, no! We don't have
young woman twists her hands together to warm them at the campfire, fingernails bitten to the quick. Noticing your attention, she looks up at you like a startled deer.
Sorry I've no welcome drink or anything, but the misery here...
She gestures half-heartedly at the suffering of the shelter's wounded. Her lip wobbles. Big, fat tears leak out of the corners of her eyes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't belong here. My sisters and I make trinkets. I tagged along with the Seekers for safe passage to sell them, but now there's nowhere for me to go. Most of my wares were lost in the attack, but I did manage to salvage some of our sorcerer's sundries. Maybe you'd be interested in taking a look? My sisters and I have been working on magical, alchemical, and downright infernal trinkets for years. Thanks to sorcerer's sundries, anyone with coin can have sharper weapons, stronger armor, and shinier equipment.
She clumsily proffers some paper. It slips through her fingers, but you manage to catch it mid-air.
Here, our leaflet has all the details you could ever want to know. You'll find Demira in Driftwood and Donna in Arx. Dagmar, well, I don't quite know where she's got herself perched these days. Maybe you'll get to meet all of them on your travels. If you do see them...
Her brow furrows as she looks around the shelter. When she looks back at you, her eyes are glassy and devoid of hope.
Just tell them I'm safe. No matter what happens. Oh, I know my wares are not cheap, but they are so very out of the ordinary. But listen, my sisters and I have a little game to lighten spirits in harsh times. So, if I tell you a riddle and you can get the answer right, I'll give you a good discount. Deal? Oh, listen carefully now. I stand tall in the morning, I shrink in the afternoon, I disappear at midnight, but I'll be back very soon. What am I? Oh, yes! You are the first one to ever get it right. No kidding. You get a prime discount on our sorcerer's sundries. Goodbye.
Healed? I'm healed.
Water, please. Water.
We should fortify this place. Make a stand. No, no, we don't have the time. Gareth would know what to do. time. Think, damn it. Gareth would know what to do.
A young man in oversized armor paces around a table covered with a spread of maps, his face a tight scowl of frustration.
Smoke and screams, echoes of death.
Bless and protect your humble.
Gareth, please come back.
Wisht, bonny bairn, now don't you cry. The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky. The seven watch o'er us, you're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your wee head.
Bless and protect your humble servant.
Every approach blocked. Oh, damn it. What good are battle tactics against those things, anyway?
He glances up. In quick succession, he becomes aware of both your presence and the fact that you're not a familiar face.
Who the blazes are you? Ifan, eh? On the run from Fort Joy, are you? A seeker can always recognize a sorcerer when they see one. You met Verdus? Oh, then he's as good as dead. We're the Seekers he spoke of. We were supposed to free him. Instead, we've failed him. You, a Godwoken? Surely not. Though if Verdus said so, you could be important. But there's no way to be certain until we've left this blasted island behind us.
The young man anxiously fidgets with his curved bow. You've found a matter close to his heart, evidently.
That's easier said than done, I'm afraid. Much easier said. The Magisters have us cornered. They have these weapons called Shriekers. If we try to go against them unprepared, we're dead. We've lost many already. There's weapons, ancient devices that can counter those things. Our leader, Sir Gareth, set out to find them so we could break the Magister blockade and escape this island. But he hasn't returned. If Sir Gareth doesn't come back with those weapons in tow, well, this island will be our grave. Sir Gareth? He's the finest seeker I know. I'm honoured to serve as his squire. He wouldn't let us down. Not unless something's gone horribly wrong.
The young man throws a furtive glance towards the shrine looming out of the water nearby, then leans in to whisper.
The masked priestess, Gratiana. She gave us shelter here and told Sir Gareth how to stop the Shriekers. But she unnerves me. Speak to her if you wish. She may know more. You'll help us?
His shoulders visibly relax, the weighty armor upon them settling with a clink.
Thank you. Allies are in short supply in this place. If you help us, I promise we'll get you as far away from this place as possible. Please ask. Whatever helps. We came to free an elf called Verdus from Fort Joy. He was a godwoken. He could have been the next divine, but we failed him. Well, before there's a divine, there must be a godwoken. Only a special few among sorcerers have this potential. Without them, a true successor to Lucian will never rise. And on top of everything, someone seems to be killing what few godwoken there are. It must be Alexander. A failed godwoken like him wouldn't want to see any other become the next divine. None. He set out to find those source weapons, and that's the last we saw of him. The Magister flagship, the Lady Vengeance, she's anchored at the old harbour. Once the way is clear, we're to take her and get the hell out of here.
He narrows his eyes, yet doesn't say anything.
Maybe we should fortify this place. Sir Gareth, did you find any sign of him? Please ask. Whatever helps.
Smoke and screams. So close your eyes. Echoes of death. Rest where we head. Gareth. Please come back. Echoes of death. Gareth, please come back.
Wish money bad.
By Lucian's blocks, stop finishing that.
Water, please. Water.
Sir Gareth, did you find any sign of him?
Wished, Bonnie Baron, now don't you cry.
Smoke and screams.
The birds are asleep.
Echoes of death.
The moon's in the sky.
Gareth.
The seven watch o'er us.
Come back.
You're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your wee head.
Smoke and screams. Echoes of death. Gareth, please come back.
Wished, Bonnie Baron, now don't you cry. The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky. The seven watch o'er us, you're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your wee head.
I'm alive!
My Lucian's locked. Stop fidgeting, lad. Lucian's locks. Stop fidgeting, lad.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
Water, please. Water.
The birds are asleep in the sky.
And protect your humble. Smoke and screams. Echoes of death.
Sir Gareth, did you find any sign of him?
Wished bonny barn, now don't you cry. The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky. The seven watch o'er us, you're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your wee head.
Smoke and screams. Echoes of death.
Maybe we should fortify this place. Make a stand. No, no, we don't have the time. Think, damn it. Gareth would know what to do.
I feel better.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
The birds are asleep. The moon's in the sky.
Screams. Echoes of
The
death.
seven watch o'er us. They're safe from death.
Please come back.
So close your sweet eyes.
Bless and protect your humble
A
servant.
dwarf stands by a young woman. He seems intensely focused on her, whispering and singing softly in her ear. She's staring blankly into space.
Blood and bone. Fire and smoke. Death and worse.
Hush now, Leia. They'll not hurt you again. You're safe now. Once Gareth gets back, we're going home. You'll see. He'll be fine.
The woman rubs her neck, raking her nails across her skin as she whimpers.
Gareth would know what to do.
Please, Amari. Bless and protect your
The dwarf starts at the sound of your voice, gripping the woman's arm for a moment before he relaxes.
New faces. Hope you weren't bushwhacked by the Magisters too. As for her neck, she's remembering the damnable source collar she once wore. Lucky for us, she had the skills to remove them. There's many a sorcerer that's been freed thanks to her.
The dwarf smiles, his eyes filling with warmth as he looks at Leia.
Aye, we are at that.
He strokes her hair as Leia leans her forehead against his shoulder, muttering quietly about Gareth.
We were part of the caravan headed to Fort Joy. Shiny collars and all. Gareth and the Seekers ambushed the caravan and freed us. Saved every one of us from that hell. But now he's off searching for weapons to take down them Shriekers. And all we can do is sit here, thinking about the Godwoken we didn't save.
From fragments to whole. From their past to our future. From their hope to ours.
She ain't detailed, but she ain't wrong. The Godwoken are our hope that a new divine can be born. Someone to replace Lucian and push back the Voidwoken. Someone to restore order and protect the source. I'd speak to Exeter if you want to know more. There's ways, but I ain't privy to them. One thing I do know, mate. The Voidwoken have their number. They react to Godwoken like no one else.
Barking dogs in wolves' clothing. Teeth in the sea. Teeth in the swamp. Teeth in the air.
Aye, there's enough of them about. But don't you worry, Nan. Gareth will be back soon. then we'll be home in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. We were part of the caravan headed to Fort Joy, shiny collars and all. Gareth and the Seekers ambushed the caravan and freed us, saved every one of us from that hell. But now he's off searching for weapons to take down them shriekers, and all we can do is sit here, thinking about the godwoken we didn't save.
The dwarf starts to sing softly as the woman rocks slowly in her seat. Duggan stands over Leia, singing softly as she mutters about Gareth.
There, lass. Don't you worry. Gareth will be back soon. You'll see. Wished Bonnie Bar.
Duggan stands over Leia, singing softly as she mutters about
There,
Duggan stands over
There. Wished Bonnie Barn, now don't you cry. The birds are asleep.
Please,
The
Armadi,
moon's in the sky.
bless and protect your humble servant.
The 7 watch o'er us. You're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your wee head.
Before you stands a figure, her body wreathed in cloth. All you can see of her eyes are 2 dark holes in an ornate mask.
Smoke and screams. Echoes of death. Gareth, please come back.
Armadia's blessings, child. I have not seen this face in our sanctuary before. Pray, who are you? That creature. Yes, I am all too familiar with his wickedness. Thankfully, he has been dead for many centuries. He ruled this realm as a tyrant and beast. He stole its source and left only death. On this island, he built and tested his weapons. These marshes were a playground for he and his necromancers. Many unfortunate souls were brought here. Blessed were those who died quickly, or died at all. I have been here for many years. It has given me a lot of time to reflect on the past and learn from it. In truth, the torments of Brachus and of these magisters were not so different. Both purged source from this land. Indeed, the magisters have even taken Brachus's worst tools. First, the purging ones, and now those shriekers. Without something more powerful than these sticks the Seekers are armed with, those crucified monstrosities will kill them to a man. Twice today I've heard those words. Their leader, Gareth, insisted that he could lead them out of this place. I told him of Brachus's cache of soul-forged weapons, arms not even the Shriekers could stand against. He ventured out to find them, but has not returned. I fear for these souls, if he has come to any harm in the marsh. Without the wands he seeks, not one will escape this island.
Smoke and screams, echoes of death.
He set off north, to the ruins of Brachus's Source Armory, but there is no way to know what he found there, even if he survived the swamps. Walk ever in Armadia's grace, child.
The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky.
Hello again, child. What brings you here?
Close your sweet eyes, rest
We must always strive to help those who suffer. For many years I did not understand that simple truth. For many more, I have tried to right the wrongs of my past.
Despite the mask, you can feel her expression harden.
Time is a river, ever slipping by. It does no good to mourn what's gone before, only to appreciate where the current carries us. In this place I can worship the goddess Armadia and help those who come to me for aid. I live a good life. The person that I was is dead. It was not always thus. This swamp was once a rich, lush land before he came, before Brachus. He is no more, thank the goddess. It has been many centuries since he walked Riverlong, although he still casts a shadow over this land. He ruled this realm as a tyrant and beast. He stole its source and left only death. On this island he built and tested his weapons. These marshes were a playground for he and his necromancers. Many unfortunate souls were brought here. Blessed were those who died quickly, or died at all.
The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky.
Brachus was a horror, of that there is no doubt. He stripped this land of its source and took it for himself, just as the Magisters do today. Indeed, the Magisters have even taken Brachus's worst tools. First, the purging ones. Without something more powerful than these sticks the Seekers are armed with, those crucified monstrosities will kill them to a man. The fool ran into the swamps. He pestered me for aid against the Shriekers, and when I finally told him of a cache of Brachus's soul-forged weapons, he rushed away to find it. A bold move, but ill-advised. Unless he returns with weapons enough, I fear none of these Seekers will leave this island with air in their lungs. Walk ever in Armadia's...
Please come back.
So close your sweet eyes.
Hello again, child.
She stops dead as you pull the jar out of your backpack. Her voice trembles as she speaks.
You entered the vault. Please, give that to me. Give it to me now. It matters not. All that matters is that you give it to me.
She reaches greedily for the jar, tearing the cap off. You see a green glowing light emerge from the jar, enveloping Gratiana.
By Armadia, I feel wet. Oh, goddess, I can feel your tears upon my face. I suppose you deserve to know. Before I knew Armadia's grace, I was a very different person. I was the concubine of Brachus Rex. But more than his lover, I was his partner. I discovered his power to feed on the source of others, and I allowed it to... No, I made it happen. As his strength grew, so too did mine. There is nothing you cannot do when you sit on the lap of a powerful king. And I did it all. But power changes a man, as he changes his nation. Brachus grew paranoid, angry, murderous. I tried not to see it. I told myself it was fine, that the stronger he became, the stronger I was. What stupid lies. I gave him more and more, trying to win him back to me. I offered him the source of whole villages. He devoured them and demanded more. The lands outside were once green and beautiful, until I came, until I turned them over to him. Now all's poison, and the dead are restless. Armadia is merciful in her love. I found this shrine while hunting a band of wizards. I found the goddess weeping for her children, and I wept too.
She pauses for a moment. If she had eyes, you're sure she'd be wiping them.
Through Armadia, I saw my sins, and I could bear it no longer. I threw myself from the cliff at the entrance. I tried to rid the world of my evil. But Brachus would not allow it. He brought me back from the Hall of Echoes, locked my soul away, and demanded my obedience. Even in death, he commanded me. Only when 2 source hunters ended his curse was I free. Since then, I have returned here and spent centuries trying to heal the pain I've caused. And now...
She drops the now empty soul jar to the ground, smashing it to pieces with her foot.
You have my thanks, brother.
She starts to speak, but chokes back a sob instead.
Thank you. I can't... I've never known such kindness. Thank you for everything. May you walk forever in Armadia's grace. Please, Armadia, bless and protect your humble servant.
Wished, bonny barn, now don't you cry. The birds are asleep,
Smoke and screams,
in the sky.
Echoes of death.
The 7 watch o'er us,
Gareth.
you're safe in bed.
Please come back.
So close your sweet eyes and rest your head.
Please, Armadia, bless and protect your humble servant. Hello again, child. What brings you here? Armadia is the blessed mother of magic. All that use it can trace their skill back to her grace. This is her shrine. She has sustained me here for many years, even when the evils of Brachus' swamp threatened to drown me. It was not always thus. This swamp was once a rich, lush land before. I have been here for many years. In truth, indeed, without something more powerful than these sticks the Seekers are armed with, those crucified monstrosities will kill them to a man. Twice today I told him I fear for these souls. If he has come to any harm, and he set off north to the walk ever. Hello again, child. What brings you here?
Smoke and screams. Echoes of death.
Go in our
Now don't you
Please
cry.
come back.
The birds are asleep, the moon's in the sky. The seven watch o'er us. You're
Please,
safe in
Amadia,
bed.
bless and
So close
protect
your
your
sweet
humble
eyes
servant.
and rest your wee head.
Martha's axe looks serviceable.
Amidst the placid little pond, the face of a goddess lies half submerged in the water. Rivulets stream from her deep-set eyes like endless cascades of sunlit tears. You feel peaceful in her presence, soothed somehow by an intangible comfort. As you gaze upon her loving face, you find yourself drawn into a trance-like state. A voice seems to reach you from within your mind and from the furthest reaches of the stars. Its whispers caress you like a breeze. The voice grows stronger, like a breeze picking up. What were whispers become words.
My children, my children. Gone are my children. Dead are they in the cradle I have ruled.
A feeling of indescribable sadness assails you. It feels like your heart merges with the spirits, torn together by a coil of thorns.
My child, weep with me for the mother who has lost. Weep with me and bathe in the tears of Amadia.
Your tears mingle with those of the goddess down in the tranquil crystalline pond. As suddenly as it came, the voice is gone, and you wake from its presence as if from dream-filled slumber. The pond now shines with an inner light, and standing in its waters, you feel rejuvenated, pure, as if born anew.
Amadia's grace, blessings upon this day.
This is ruin.
We're doomed.
Please, Amadia, bless and protect your humble servant.
If this is... A grim-faced man sifts through a pile of badly damaged weapons, salvaging the repairable, ditching the broken. He picks up a rapier, the blade nicked and splintered, the hilt twisted. He holds the damaged blade up to the light.
This was Halorn's blade. It was his first. It was also his last. He didn't intend to die here, but die here he did. He was an ordinary soul with an extraordinary heart, Halorn, and he died for what he believed.
The point breaks away, leaving a jagged edge. The sword is shorter now, but it'll do more damage.
Who are you?
He stares at you, mouth open. His gaze drops to find, to his surprise, his knuckles white on a weapon in his hand. He smiles to himself, gets back to work.
If I had a forge, I could do something. Maybe.
He works fast, checking weapons to see if they're battle-ready. He thumbs the edge of a blade. It draws blood. He grins.
The blade is thirsty. Now, what can I do you for? Nice doing business with you. I wish I had better wares to offer.
He looks up from his work.
Help you? Nice doing business with you. I wish I had better wares to offer.
He looks up from his work and grins.
Help you?
Gareth, please come back.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
I feel better.
Gareth,
Bed.
please come back.
So close your sweet eyes. Rest. I'm healed.
your humble...
He looks up from his work and grins.
Help you?
And protect your humble servant.
The seven watch o'er us. You're safe in bed. So close your sweet eyes and rest your...
Sir Gareth, did you find any sign of him?
Is lifting.
You should not stop fidgeting, lad.
this suffering, I beg.
No more, please, no more!
Your gaze wanders over the solemn stone face that overlooks the shore. For the briefest of moments, it seems as if its eyes come alive and lock with yours. Your gaze wanders over the solemn stone face.
anything that will end it!
Who's there? I can hear you. Captain, is that you?
The young magister tenderly fingers two fresh gashes across his eyes and face. His fingertips hesitate over his closed eyelids. He's been blinded. At your approach, he spins to face you and readies his shield.
Stop! Stop! Who goes there?
He raises his sword.
State your name! Now! Wolf! I don't know any wolf! Tell me the truth! Who are you? I'm sorry, I can't see anything! I feel like a sheep in a wolf's den. So, how much did you hear back at the fort? I don't know how it all went so wrong so fast. We came to get the purging wands from Brachus's old armory. Loaded up the last of them without any trouble. The cart was good going. But we hit a snag. Those bloody skeletons had laid a trap for us. They turned the cart, pulled us out by our hair. We lost Faray. Landon and I beat the rest back. But not before one of them got me across the ice. Sure, yeah, go ahead. How bad is it? I really should. Do you think you could look after the cart? I can get myself back to the fort fine. After all these expeditions, I know the way well enough.
He reaches out and feels for your shoulder. He shakes it twice, then reaches up and pats your cheek, probably a little harder than he means to.
Thank you. I can get myself back to the fort fine. After all these expeditions, I know the way well enough. Thank you. Who's there? I can hear you.
runaways. If you're trying to save your friend here, you're a bigger fool than he is. And you'll meet the same fate.
Have your bows notched and swords ready. There could be void woken nearby.
How much murdering does one seeker need? Let's go!
Have your bows notched and swords.
You expect me to swallow that? I'll see you choke on your lies.
Left over from the days of Brachus, I presume. This won't be of any use.
Ready.
Your courage in the face of danger is inspiring, my friend. Lucian guided your blows rightly.
His eyes travel from your face to your feet, then back again.
You're no magister, judging from that collar around your neck. How'd you come to be here? Name's Gareth. I'm a seeker. I can give you shelter and hope. Ah, good. Then you know us. And you know we can help you. And perhaps you can help us. I came looking for a way off the island. Getting out of here means taking a ship, a magister ship. And they're not just going to give us one out of the goodness of their hearts. I came looking for weapons. Powerful ones. Wicked ones. May Lucian forgive me. Weapons that will clear a path to Dallas's flagship.
Gareth looks about, scanning the horizon, then looks back at you. A moment passes.
I can't stay. You shouldn't either. What did Lucian say? Ah, yes. Evil feasts on the indolent. Get yourself to safety, and soon. You'll always have a place at the Seeker's table.
Won't budge. Too heavy.
Look, a large ship sits just offshore.
March on, stranger. I'm busy killing magisters.
Need supplies? Be quick about it, little wolf. My errands are more important than trade. Precious wares, are they not?
I'd say we should stop to talk, but...
The stone gargoyle trains glistening agate eyes upon you. Its jaws creak open, raining dust as it begins to speak.
You are not Brachus Rex. Welcome home, Master.
Stern eyes in a sterner face stare into your very soul. Under the inescapable gaze, you begin to shiver uncontrollably.
Another crawling rat, tracking your stinking paws beneath my nose. Vermin are not tolerated in my house. Begone! Do not doubt my power. I merely wish you gone. You are gone. Begone! Do not doubt my power. I merely...
These skulls crumble to dust after one use.
Your inmates have long awaited your return, Your Highness. Welcome back.
As you enter the room, you see 3 skeletons sitting around a table, cards in hand. They creak and turn to stare at you.
A beating heart. Does Brackus need us once more, jailer? Are we finally to be freed?
That door's been sealed for centuries, but now you're here to check on us?
Let it speak. Tell us, what news? Does Brackus still sit on the throne? What ruin has he brought to the land?
What care I of Brackus? Tell us, invasive flesh, does the harlot Gratiana share his bed still? Does she still serve his wicked desires?
That wench, a priestess, is no more godly than the mites in my skull.
I've never seen a more treacherous smile than on her full, voluptuous lips.
Canst thou think of nothing else? How many centuries have I endured hearing you remember your conquests?
Hey, at least I didn't have to raise mine.
That was naught but a whisper on the wind. A vile rumour.
Oh, it coughs.
I will not sit by as it breathes thus. It mocks us with the very air passing twixt its lips.
The shambling creatures lay down their cards and push back their chairs.
Indeed, but we'll soon put an end to that. And then, freedom. Worse than this? Can such a thing be true?
Thou art fortunate. When I still wore scales, I would have cut you down without a pause. But time brings perspective, and perspective brings mercy. You are permitted to live, Magus.
How's about a trade? Our deaths for your life? You walk out of here and leave us your word that you'll destroy our soul jars.
Trusting flesh to do bones work? It seems foolish, but very well. Mark the location thus, and do not disappoint us.
Why are you still here? You have a vault to uncover and a soul jar to destroy. This island was a research facility. A safe place for him to research and for us to test his weapons.
You didn't never see him without a book in his hand, always reading about some ancient race. He weren't the sharing kind, but he found something good in there.
The results of his research allowed us to recreate Persian ones based on an ancient design we found. Much of our research was built off that which went before.
He was convinced that great ancient knowledge lay in this land. Greater intellects than mine. A fool's madness knew no bounds.
The skeleton turns and spits, producing a gob of dust that wafts slowly to the ground.
Brackus's whore, and more besides. She helped his rise to power, feeding him the source of the innocent as she went.
She were a canny lass, no question. Treacherous and deceitful. She could lie better than any.
She murdered countless innocents. Women, children, families, towns. Her blood ran colder than mine.
Here, did I ever tell you of the time I cursed that court eunuch?
Court eunuch to speak only truth, and he admitted pleasing Brackus's mistress. Yes, you did.
Ah, how about the time Brackus asked me to cast?
The dance macabre, yes, I recall.
And the time I travelled to.
Yes.
But what about...
Yes.
And...
Please, shut up. Do you ever wonder if your lizard empire still stands?
I need not wonder. The Empire abides, never straying from its course. It is eternal as we.
Verily, I say, lizards speak as I do, and my great house, the House of Trade, rules still.
The jar stands before you, cold and still.
Do you ever wonder if your lizard empire still stands?
Something...
I need not wonder. The Empire abides, never straying from its course. It is eternal as
The jar stands before you, cold and still. Something inside you strains. You are replete. You cannot absorb more source.
I don't doubt that fortunes wax and wane, but the Empire remains unchanging.
Here, did I ever tell you of the time I cursed that court eunuch?
Court eunuch to speak only truth, and he admitted pleasing Bacchus's mistress. Yes, you did.
Ah, how about the time Bracchus asked me to cast?
The dance macabre, yes, I recall.
And the time I travelled to.
Yes.
The jar stands before you, cold and still. As you remove the lid, a fresh wind fills the room. For a moment, you think you smell pine, and then power rushes inside you. You can feel source coursing through your veins. For a moment, you're seeing through someone else's eyes. You behold a dungeon, a deck of cards in your hand, and a pair of skeletons before the vision passes.
Oh, you can just say, go fish, you know?
Got any fives?
Our fives are naught but dust. They crumbled to nothing centuries before.
Oh, you can just say, go fish, you know?
Got any fives?
Our fives are naught but dust. They crumbled to nothing centuries before.
Oh, you can just say, go fish, you know?
The Empire abides, never straying from its course. It is eternal as we. Verily, I say, lizards speak as I do, and my great house, the House of Trade, rules still. I don't doubt that fortunes wax and wane, but the Empire remains unchanging. Our fives are naught but dust. They crumbled to nothing centuries before. Just say, go fish, you know? House of Trade rules still. I don't doubt that fortunes wax and wane, but the Empire remains unchanged.
Did I ever tell you of the time I cursed that court eunuch?
Court eunuch to speak only truth and admit to please Brackus's mistress. Yes, you did.
How about the time Brackus asked me to cast?
The dance macabre, yes, I know.
And the time I travelled to?
Yes.
What else?
Yes.
And?
Please, shut up. Do you ever wonder if your lizard empire still stands?
I need not wonder. The Empire abides, never straying from its course. It is eternal as we. Very well say lizards speak as I do, and my great house, the House of Trade, rules still. I don't doubt that fortunes wax and wane, but the Empire remains unchanging.
Got any fires?
Our fires are not dust. They crumble to nothing essentially but water. Just say go fish,
A human spirit slips from the ruins of the jar. Decked in necromancer robes, she turns to you, bows, and starts to fade away to nothing.
My eternal thanks, young one. Oh, time you deaf.
The jar seems quieter now. It sits still. The jar shatters like glass, but a spirit rises from the shards like smoke. The ghost of a dwarf, bedecked in necromancer robes, winks and blows you a kiss before slowly fading to nothing.
Beautiful. Thank you. My death waits.
The pictograms on the jar stand fixed and still. You see a shape emerge from the ruins of the broken jar, a lizard in the finest necromancer robes. It grudgingly nods at you as it starts to fade from the mortal realm.
Farewell to flesh. Farewell to bone. Farewell.
Yes, by all means, let us pass.
Branches, we've returned. Every second we spent in that hellish place was a second the great acorn drew closer. Interesting. You thought it was interesting, Quercus. Do you know what's interesting? Watching an entire world be strangled by the roots of doom. Seeing the giant races fall like leaves in frost. Hearing the screams of... I don't know what you're talking about. I am perfectly calm. Anyway, as interesting as that cold hellscape might have been, it does not solve our problem. We are here to stop the great acorn, not hide from it.
It's already helping more than it knows, Quercus.
The fate of the world depends on our ability to research a spell to protect Rivellon. We need to travel across the land, gathering clues, experimenting with different magics, and come up with a spell to shield Rivellon from its doom. Of course, for us to do that, we must avoid being eaten by the servants of the Great Acorn. And that is where our big, foolhardy shield comes in. Quirkus! Quirkus! It thinks it can use magic at our level. I don't know if that's adorable or just sad. No! I am not going to share our magic with it. I don't care how much you like it, Quirkus. Very well, I cannot give it magic, but I can teach it how to forge one spell, if it will keep you happy. One!
The squirrel reaches out, touching your foot with a delicate paw, and you feel your mind open. You can see the forces of magic and see how to combine them in a new way.
There, maybe now your pet will have a fighting chance. Yes, yes, you're welcome. But can we please get on and save the world now? Aye, the giant takes notice of its charges.
You approach the still body and see its nostrils flaring. Long dead eyes rise to meet yours. As you lean in close, it lurches forward. Its arms thrash against the cage bars as it tries to reach you. Looks like it hasn't been fed in a very long time.
Has it turned on us or just lost its mind?
Among the long-crumbled remains of the temple that must have once sheltered his shrine, the stone effigy of a god seems to invite you to put your hands in his.
Careful. I've spotted a trap. I heard something. Something seemed to move into place.
Careful. I spotted a trap.
Careful. I've spotted a trap.
You approach a decrepit well and stare down into its toothless black mouth. No sooner has your head crossed the rim than weak voices begin to echo from the depths.
Thirst. Dry throats. Drink. Water. Water.
The well is now filled to the brim with fresh, cool water, but what it has brought to the surface quickly evaporates any wish you may have had to quench your own thirst. You see the tangled remains of 3 corpses, a mixed mass of bones and skin from which 3 skulls protrude. They address you in unison, their voices a drone-like blend.
We thank you for the water. We bless you for the water. We thank you for the end of torment. The king, Brachus Rex, the madman with the crown. Wrath and terror. We displeased the king. The truth we spoke. His fortune told. No divinity would he be. And so he entangled our bodies and cursed our throats. Smoked the brothers of Baladur. We thank you for the water. We bless you for the water. We ask you for a fair. The fair, the toll, the levy. The people of Baladur must be buried with coin. Coin for the pathkeeper that leads the dead to the kingdom beyond. Spare us coin. Grant us coin. The more you pay, the further the pathkeeper takes us. Ancient things cling to our bones like earth to roots. They will be yours. For coin. For coin. Sweet Savior. We thank you again. We bless you again. The wealth of the depths is yours. Pathkeeper, keep us. Pathkeeper, guide us. To the long-awaited kingdom we will go.
Laden with the burden of the coin you gave them, the brothers of Baladur sink back to the bottom of the well. Whether they will find their kingdom or languish in the dark, wet depths forever, you cannot foretell. The well is now filled to... You see that...
We thank you for the water. We bless you for the water. We... A horror. Yes. The king. Brachus. Wrath. And so we thank you for the water. The fair. Spare us all. Sweet Savior. We thank you again. We bless you. Pathkeeper.
Laden with a burden... The well is now... You see that...
We thank you for the king. Wrath. And so we thank you for the fair. Spare us. Sweet Savior. We thank you again. We bless you again.
Laden with a burden... The well is now... You see...
We thank... A horror. Yes. To die the king. The wrath. And so we thank you. The fair. Spare us. Sweet Savior. We thank you again. We bless.
Laden with a... The air around the glowing relic thrums with power, as the source barrier quietly crackles in the background. The hum of the relic grows louder, and bright light starts to spill from its runes. Cracks start to spread across the surface, and it shatters like glass.
Too heavy.
Careful now. That's a trap. Look out. I see a trap nearby. Look out. I see a trap nearby. Careful now. That's a trap. Careful now. That's a trap.
This again?
Another skull crumbled to bits. Careful now. That's a trap. Careful now. That's a trap.
will burn me forever! Please, help! The flames will burn me forever!
Glory is mine.
Please, help! The flames will burn me forever!
Get back! Brachus Rex has decreed none of you may approach him!
Please, help! The flames will burn me forever!
Glory is mine. I'm ready.
Please, help! The flames will burn me forever! I'll yield to none. I'm ready.
Yes. Is it...
Quite
right. Do...
Down here to melt silver.
This gargoyle flares its lichenous nostrils as you draw near.
Master would be impressed.
Spotted a trap.
Careful now. That's a trap.
By Armadia's grace, what did you do? This is incredible. In all my years, I've never seen the goddess bestow her blessing on someone. I am humbled to be in your presence. Perhaps once, when the seven gods were still strong. But it has been many years since this was anything other than a pond for me to pray at. Armadia's strength waned when the divine Lucian accepted the power of the Seven. This is most unusual. Truly we are blessed to know you. If Armadia favors you, that is all I need to know. Go in peace, brother.
My eternal thanks. Friend, this is a debt I can never repay.
Take heart, Leia. You're stronger than you know.
Thank you, Gareth. I can't wait to go home.
Your teaching served me well, sir.
You didn't lose your head. Well
Blessed
done.
Gareth's back. Grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their
Divine
spells
blessings.
and set
It's
their
good to see Gareth
blades
safe and
aflame.
sound.
I pray you will bless their armor,
Proud to
so
have you at
no
my side.
curse may pass it. I pray you see them
Served me
safe.
well, sir.
I pray this in your name.
Glad you're with us, Leia.
It is good to see you. We were afraid. We were so afraid.
We appreciate your hospitality, esteemed Gratiana.
My welcome is yours.
I told you, lass. We'll be heading home in no time.
You'll show your mettle soon, Squire.
Yes, sir.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection.
Did you see?
I pray you will
Gareth's back.
strengthen their spells
He's here to
and
take
set
us home.
their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe.
I told you,
I
lass.
pray this
we'll
in
be
your
heading home
name.
in no time.
Good work, son. As you will. Gratiana, my newest and oldest friend. Thank you.
My welcome is yours.
Did you see?
Divine blessings.
Gareth's back.
It's good to see
Blessed
Gareth safe
Armand.
and
He's
sound.
here to take us
Grant
home.
these soldiers
Glad
your
you're back,
protection.
Fiona.
I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame.
Glad you're with us, Leia.
I pray you will bless their armor,
Thank you, Gareth.
so no curse may
I
pass
can't
it.
wait to go home.
I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
I told you, lass. We'll be heading home in no time.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Finally get out of here, now that Gareth's returned.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe.
I told you, lass.
I pray
we'll be
this
heading
in
home
your
in no
name.
time.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Soon we'll be done. Proud to have you at my side.
My honor to serve you, sir.
You didn't lose your head.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe
My
and sound.
honor to serve you, sir.
Blessed Armada, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it.
He's here to take us home.
I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
I told you, lads, we'll be heading home in no time.
Take heart, Leia. You're stronger than you know.
It is good to see you. We were afraid. We were so afraid.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your
Garrett's
protection.
back. He's here to take
I
us
pray
home.
you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may
Told you,
pass
lads, we'll be heading home in
I
no
pray
time.
you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see? Garrett's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection.
Soon we'll be done.
I pray you will
Proud to have you at
strengthen
my
their
side.
spells
told
and
you,
set
lads,
their
we'll be
blades
heading home in no
aflame.
time.
Served me well, sir.
I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see? Garrett's back. He's here to take us home.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame.
Yes, sir.
I pray you will
Thank you,
bless
sir.
their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Did you see? Garrett's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your
Divine
protection.
blessings. It's good to
I
see
pray
Gareth
you
safe
will
and sound.
strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see?
Get out of here.
Garrett's back.
Garrett's returned.
He's here to take us home.
I told you, lads, we'll be heading home in no time.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may
peaceful
pass
here,
it.
but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these
I
swamps.
pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
I told you, lass, we'll be heading home in no time.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Did you see? Gareth's back.
Blessed Armadia,
He's here to take us home.
grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame.
Divine blessings.
I pray you will
It's
bless
good to see
their
Gareth
armor,
safe and sound.
so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Ah,
Did you
it's been
see?
cursed.
Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Ah,
Blessed
it's been
Armadia,
cursed.
grant these soldiers your protection.
You'll show your mettle
I pray
soon,
you
Squire.
will strengthen their spells and
Your
set their
teaching
blades
served me well,
aflame.
sir.
I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
We can finally get out of here, now that Gareth's returned.
I told you, lass, we'll be heading home in no time.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe.
You've done
pray
well
this
so
in
far.
your
Keep
name.
it up.
Did you see?
It's my honor to
Gareth's
serve you,
back.
sir.
He's here to take us
Divine
home.
blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Hold it together, Leia. You're doing great.
Thank you, Gareth. We can't wait to go home.
Thank you again for all you've done for us.
My welcome is yours.
Glad you're with us, Leia.
It is good to see you. We were afraid. We were so afraid.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it.
See? Gareth's
It's
back.
peaceful
I pray
here,
you see them
but I'll not be sorry to see the back
I
of these
pray
swamps.
this in your name.
We can finally get out of here, now that Gareth's returned.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection.
You'll
I pray
show
you
your
will
mettle soon,
strengthen
Squire.
their spells and
Your
set
teaching
their
served
blades
me well,
aflame.
sir.
I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse
It's
may
peaceful
pass
here,
it.
but I'll not be
I
sorry
pray
to see
you
the back
see
of
them
these
safe.
swamps.
Did you see?
I pray this in your
Gareth's
name.
back. He's here to take us home.
We can finally get out of here, now that Gareth's returned.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells
Gareth's
and
back.
set their blades
He's here
aflame.
to take us home.
I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you
Soon
see
we'll be
them
done here.
safe.
Proud to have you at
I
my
pray
side.
this in your name.
Your teaching served me well, sir.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Glad you're with us, Leia.
It is good to see you. We were afraid. We were so afraid.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame.
Gareth's
Told you,
I
lass.
pray you will
We'll be
bless
heading
their
home in
armor,
no time.
so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Soon we'll be done here. Proud to have you at my side.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You'll show your mettle soon, Squire.
It's my honor to serve you, sir.
Divine blessings.
Blessed
It's good to see
Armadia,
Gareth safe and sound.
grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no
Gareth's back.
curse may pass it.
He's here to take us
I
home.
pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
You didn't lose your head. Well done, my lad.
Your teaching served me well, sir.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Thank you again for all you've done for us.
I serve Armadia's will, and her children.
Did you see? Gareth's back.
Blessed
He's here to
Armadia,
take us home.
grant these soldiers your protection. I
You
pray
didn't lose
will
your head.
strengthen
Well
their
done, my
spells
lad.
and set their blades
It's my
aflame.
honor to serve you, sir.
I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse
You
may
didn't
pass
lose
it.
your head. Well done, my lad.
I pray you
I'm
see them safe.
Glad you're back, sir.
Divine
I pray
blessing.
this in your
It's
name.
good to see Gareth safe and sound.
You'll show your mettle soon, Squire.
I'm glad you're back, sir. We all are.
I told you, lass. We'll be heading home in no time.
Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor.
Hold it
so
together,
no
Leia.
curse
You're doing
may
great.
pass it. Thank you. I pray you see them safe. They were missed. I pray this
Divine
in your name.
blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
I told you, lass. We'll be heading home in no time.
You'll show your mettle soon, Squire.
Your teaching served me well, sir.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers
Glad you're with
your
us, Leia.
protection. I pray you will strengthen their
We
spells
were afraid.
and
We
set
were
their
so
blades
afraid.
aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them
It's
safe.
peaceful here,
I
but I'll
pray
not be
this in your
sorry to see
name.
the back of these swamps.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Blessed Ahmad,
It's peaceful here,
grant these
but I'll not be
soldiers your
sorry to see
protection.
the back of these swamps.
I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
I told you, lass, we'll be heading home in no time.
Soon we'll be done here. Proud to have you at my side.
I'm glad you're back, sir. We all are.
My thanks, friend. I would say I owe you my life, but I owe you so much more.
You're stronger than you know.
Thank you. You were missed.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
This one might serve like
My eternal thanks, friend. This
Divine
is a debt
blessings.
I
It's
can
good to
never
see Gareth
repay.
safe and sound.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
finally get out of here.
Divine blessings.
Now that Gareth
It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
We'll be done here. Proud to have you at my side.
My honor to serve you, sir.
Blessed Armadia, grant these soldiers your protection.
Gareth's back.
I pray you will strengthen
here
their
to take us
spells and set their blades aflame.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth
I
safe
pray
and
you will
sound.
bless their armor so no curse may pass it.
Your teaching served me well, sir.
I pray you see them safe. I pray this in your name.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Blessed Armadia, Grant these soldiers your protection.
Gareth's back.
I pray you will
He's here to take us
strengthen their
home.
spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it. I pray you see them safe. I pray this in
It's
your name.
peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Hold it together, Leia. You're doing
Blessed
great.
Armadio.
Divine
Grant
blessings.
these soldiers
It's
your
good to see
protection.
Gareth safe and
You're
sound.
missed.
I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame.
Gareth's back.
I pray you
He's
will
here to
bless
take us
their
home.
armor, so no curse may pass.
Adorable surrounding for an agreeable conversation.
I pray this in your name.
Another giant speaks, Quacker. No, you.
My eternal thanks, friend. This is a debt I can never
He's
repay.
here to take us home.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Blessed Armadio, grant these soldiers your protection. I pray you will strengthen their spells and set their blades aflame. I pray you will bless their armor, so no curse may pass it.
Gareth is
I
back.
pray you
Gareth is safe.
I pray this in your name.
She throws her arms around you in a tight embrace.
Thank you, thank you. You're so good, so kind, so brave.
She smiles and hugs you again.
What a beautiful day. What a happy day.
My thanks, Bren. I can't remember the last time I've seen her smile like that. If there's anything we can do for you, you have only to ask.
Blessed Armadio, grant these soldiers your protection.
Well, know that you have my deepest thanks.
And mine. Mine too. Thank you. Divine blessings upon you.
So no curse may pass it. I pray you
Hello
see
again,
them.
sweet one.
I pray this in your
Yes, of course, of course.
She extends her arms, reaching towards you with a look of total concentration on her eyes. You feel the collar start to twist, a living, writhing thing fighting for survival. With a scream of tortured metal, the collars snap, falling broken from your necks.
No more choking. No more silence. You'll never be a slave to them again. I was so grateful to have Gareth back. Thanks to you, we have hope. Thanks to you, we're going home. The Divine's blessing upon you, friend.
and set their blades aflame. I pray you will
You'll
bless
show
their
your mettle
arms,
soon,
so
Squire.
no curse may pass it.
Yes,
I
sir.
pray you see this.
Thank you, sir.
I pray this in your name.
Did you see? The sun shines.
Soon enough. Soon enough. It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
The sun shines bright and...
Soon enough.
We can finally get out of here, now that Gareth's returned.
Blessed Almighty, grant these soldiers your protection.
The young man has abandoned the maps and now prepares his armor with happy urgency. He sees you approach.
Hold it together, Leia. You're doing great.
Thank you, Gareth. I can't wait to go
It's
home.
peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
It's peaceful here, but I'll not be sorry to see the back of these swamps.
Thank you for finding Gareth, stranger. I owe you. We all do. I just hope he's found what we need to get past the Magisters. Then we might actually have a chance at surviving this. Now with Sir Gareth back to lead us, and if I know him, he must have found those source weapons, we might actually have a chance at surviving this.
I told you, lads, we had home in no time. Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
He's here to take us home.
You didn't lose your head. Well done, my lad.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You'll show your mettle soon, Squire.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Cursed.
Divine blessings. It's good to see Gareth safe and sound.
Did you see? Gareth's back. He's here to take us home.
Hold it together, Leia. You're doing great.
That was close.
Have you heard? Gareth's back. Now we can get out of here. All of us.
Keep your chin up,
That was
kid.
close.
Chin officially up.
This may do some damage before it breaks forever.
He looks up from his work and grins.
Help you? I can make this work. Maybe.
Have my admiration and my thanks.
My Lucian's locked. Stop fidgeting, lad.
I think I dodged the Hall of Echoes there.
Welcome, my friend. Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. I know you seek answers. I'll tell you what I can. You have spoken to a god?
Gareth stares intently, not so much at you as through you.
Yes, I see something there. But it's not for me to say. I must get you to Malady. She will know. She was imprisoned on the Lady Vengeance. One of the few of us not left to rot on the sand and sun. All the more vital we take the ship from the Magisters. Godwoken. We'd just landed on shore. Minutes later, Dallas sailed in on the Lady Vengeance, screaming like a banshee. We had no hope. Most of us were dead in the blink of an eye. She had horrors at her side. Shriekers, they call them. They still protect the harbor, firing pure death at anything that catches their eyes. The Lady Vengeance is still anchored there too. Lucian, save us from whatever plot Dallas is concocting on it. Well, I had a plan. Gratiana told me of weapons that could counter these shriekers. Purging ones that steal source from its host. I went to that armory looking for one of these wands, but Alexander's bootlickers stumbled in first. I found nothing but dust and blood. We've got to find a way to silence those shriekers. If we do that, the Lady Vengeance is ours. Freedom is ours. You do? But that's incredible! I can only imagine what ghoul-ridden depths you braved to find one. I had no doubt. You bring me hope, sorcerer. I'll gather the other seekers and travel to shore. Meet us there as soon as you can.
Gareth's voice echoes throughout the Enclave with such command it could rouse a fawn to action.
We move, Seekers. Now is the time to resist. The Lady Vengeance will be ours!
The cub looks up at you with the saddest eyes you've ever seen. The cub stifles a sob.
I want my mum.
The bear cub blinks, sniffles.
Like me, I guess. Only bigger. You seen her, mister?
Panic and sorrow fight for position on the cub's face. It fights hard not to cry.
Oh no. Oh no, not my mum. I'll go find her. Mum, I'm coming!
The grief-stricken cub hurries off.
Such barbarism. What happened here?
Well, hello there. Nice to meet you. How's your day been? Oh, it's been quite a day. One moment, my flesh was flaming with cursed fire. The next, a stranger came along and eased my pain. Now I'm just trying to get used to life as a pig. It's not so easy. I never did enjoy truffles. Well, I can trace it all back to Brachus Rex, of course. Many of us opposed his reign. Few dared to speak against him, though. A few of us wizards took the chance, though. We figured if we spread the word of his deeds, we might encourage enough people to come together, find a way to take him down. But we underestimated the cowardice of our comrades. All we succeeded in doing was being branded heretics and brought to Brachus Rex's court. The results were horrifying. A double curse, turned into pigs and set aflame for eternity. I like not being on fire, so I don't want to complain too much about the pig part. I'm not sure. I have prayed to Armadia, but she offers no answers. Really? There must be a shrine there. If anyone can restore me to my previous wizardly self, it's Armadia. I'm so grateful for this news. I'm going there now to seek Armadia's blessing. Thank you. Thank you.
Frozen ground in the middle of a swamp. What's going on? A winter dragon? What on earth is it doing chained up here?
The dragon stares you down with flinty, intelligent eyes. He tries to speak, but his jaw is bound tightly by the same thick chains that shackled him to the pillars. Unreadable glyphs mantle this ancient pillar. Braided through thick iron rings, source-infused chains bind the dragon tightly. The dragon rakes the earth, icy clouds, quakes from the impact knock you back. The freed dragon looks sick and pale. As you approach, he stretches his tattered wings weakly and fixes his intense gaze upon you. Frozen tears glint in his eyes.
My gratitude for your efforts, friend. Yet I am no more free now than I was in those chains. Please, help me find true liberty, or sing me to the endless slumber. But of course, that must be why you stand before me. Slain called to the Lord of Death, and here you are. A coincidence? Ah. My fate, it seems, is not my own to call. My soul is bound to joyless obedience. Purged of my source by the wickedest of witches, I stand enthralled to her every whim. She has only to command, and my traitorous body complies. The witch Rebecca. I was in love with her once. For the smallest slight, really a trifle, she wielded a purging wand against me, enslaving me to her will. Now only my voice remains my own. Allow? I did not choose this. As I am quite sure, you did not choose any number of indignities in your own life. Least of all your presence on this hellish isle.
The dragon sniffs and rakes at the ground with one razor-sharp talon.
A thought cannot mend a soul. A prayer cannot heal what has been ruined. You talk to soothe yourself, not me. She trekked far underground beneath a nearby tower seeking ingredients for her vile potions. I can feel her dark heart beating within my own even from here. I await her return, yet I would prefer to welcome death in the sight of her face again. That you would even ask such a question of a stranger already in your debt. There is much goodness within you, but this task would not be easy. Rebecca is a canny one, cat to your mouse. She consumed all my source with her purging wand. So long as she holds it, she has absolute control over me. If you could retrieve it for me, I could be free again. You would have my gratitude, and whatever aid I can then offer to you.
What is this place?
A tall woman stands amid a field of corpses, some fresh, some ancient. The sour smell of them stings your nostrils, your eyes. As you draw nearer, the stench blooms into a humid flavor you can almost taste. The woman turns to you, bitten lips parting into a grin. She tucks a small bunch of black-red roses into a leather strap across her left hip and, preparing to curtsy, offers you a hand.
What a ball!
She stands to her full height, her lips pursed in disappointment. She cocks her head and takes you in. The stench of death and sewage suddenly intensifies. She peers closely at you, a shrewd smile playing about her lips.
Ave de more de mer galach. Very good, kitten. Now, I imagine you're here for the same reason I am.
She pats the bouquet at her hip.
But you're too late. These roses belong to me. Looks like we'll have to find some other way to keep you busy.
She bites her lip and leans in, close to your face. As she whispers, her breath, faintly fragrant with a sweet honeyish smell, caresses your ear. You almost forget where you are.
I find you rather delicious. Just because something is bad doesn't mean you ought not to do it, love.
She presses her lips to yours. Her mouth is soft, her breath sweet. She kisses you gently, then harder, her teeth raking softly across your tongue. Suddenly, her breath sours in your mouth. It is rank, mouldering, thick with the taint of death. You try to pull away, but she is holding you tight and hard. You hear a low hum, getting louder. Before you realize what's happening, winged insects pour from her throat down yours. They ricochet around your mouth, a wet, buzzing mass. More by the... She stumbles back a few paces and wipes her mouth.
Ha ha! Delicious. So bloody delicious. Tell me, little man, do you know why the soil here is so very fertile? Do you know why it's the only place in Reaper's Coast where blood roses grow? It's the corpses, darling. Blood roses only grow in soil rich with corpses. I'll need more roses soon enough. I already started with the last traveler who interrupted me. Come, let's make next year's harvest a real bounty.
I'm not picking that up. I could try moving it. I'm not picking that up. I could try moving it.
You see a glimmer of hope flicker across Slane's eyes as he notices your approach. It's quickly doused with the practiced scowl of the oft disappointed.
Have you brought it? Or am I to remain a slave?
Slane rears back in eagerness, grasping the purging wand with razor-sharp claws. Before your eyes, the source from within the wand surges into his draconic form, filling him with a light so bright that you must shield your eyes from the glare. The blazing brightness dies down. Squinting, you now see no dragon before you, but the figure of a handsome lizard. A handsome lizard with the same eyes as Slane. His eyes still blaze, a piercing silver. A triumphant smile dominates his face as he bows extravagantly before you.
Slane, at your service. All like me have such eyes. With them, I see spirits. Not a blessing on this haunted island. You are lucky not to see the desperation that lies before me.
He smirks.
I offer my aid to those deserving. You have more than proven yourself as such. But I am no errand boy, and I do not come when called. When you are truly at a loss, when you have no choice but to back down or perish, you will find safety in my shadow. This, I promise. I am a dragon knight, aren't I? We have a knack for knowing.
Slane smiles at you and turns to leave. He takes no more than a few steps before he shimmers out of lizard form, blurring in midair back into a majestic dragon that soars away.
Mercy.
The Seeker's head twitches upwards as you approach. His eyes open a fraction. He struggles to focus his gaze upon you. A low moan escapes his cracked lips. His eyes close and his head sags forward. The Seeker is silent, apart from the shallow rattle of his breathing. An old elf's pained gaze passes between the crucified. Anger bubbles within him. He seems on the brink of tears of rage.
Dear ones, not like this. Not like this. Not like this. They're as good as my family. But I cannot heal them. I cannot heal them. So much pain. They are changed. That Dallas woman did something to their minds. They won't be moved and they can't be healed. They resisted at all costs. They can't even be healed. Using such magic on them would kill them now. Such beautiful souls, corrupted by such evil. Where you find shriekers, you can trust the Divine Order is hiding something they desperately want to keep private. Fate of my dear ones proves there must be some such thing on this very island. Stay away from shriekers if you want to live. I know not how much longer my friends here have.
The Seeker gazes upward, right at the sun. She mumbles rapidly to herself.
Oh, Lucian, our divine smile upon your servant. May the whole of Echoes embrace your martyr. Oh, Lucian, our divine smile upon your servant. May the whole of Echoes...
The Seeker ignores you and continues on with her babbling prayer. The Seeker's prayer is now the weakest of murmurs, completely unintelligible.
Mercy!
The Seeker whimpers incoherently, seemingly blind to your presence. The man's as good as dead.
You must help us wage our war.
Seekers. I'll never get used to them.
Don't let it see you.
I see flurries and air thrums. Could it be Slayer? Look, it's him! He has come, true to his word.
survived, we'll have to deal with them. A pity they didn't just listen. All this could have been
You gave me a fright sneaking up like that. How can I help you? Goodbye.
Smoke, blood, and carnage. The Magisters didn't spare a single Seeker.
Thanks for sending me here. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? I've prayed to Amardia real hard, but I'm not sure it's done much good. Still, a wizard trapped in a pig's body. Any ideas? Oh, what a grand idea! I'll try that. What's the worst that could happen? Well, hello. May you walk with Amardia. Oh, I'm a wizard. And I was a long time ago, too. In between, I was a pig. And I was on fire for most of that time. It's a long story, but I think I'll leave it in the past and look to the future instead. Of course.
Bye now. Armadia's blessing be upon you. How can I help you?
Bye now.
Rubbish.
The others wouldn't let me join them for the fight. You should get moving, though. They'll need you at their side.
Armadia's blessing gladly. Bye now. Armadia's blessing be upon you. How can I help you? Bye now. Armadia's blessing be upon you. How can I help you? Bye now.
She's gone, Father. Gone.
Ah, you're back. Please, did you find Irma? She still hasn't returned. Where could she be, my dear girl? You've been talking to that snake, Jeff, haven't you? I don't know where he gets these obscene lies. It's sick. Totally sick. To torture a mother so. You stay away from that man. Do you hear me? Irma isn't. What Jess says is a lie. You hear me? Irma? Irma!
Will Source change back?
I've had more bouts of scabies than baths in this place, you know.
Yet so quickly we find Source so dangerous. What in his death caused it? I fear it will be quite some time before we find any answers at all, my friend. Though it doesn't hurt to ponder.
She looks at you with wet eyes and manages a wink before returning to her work.
Good to see you.
She looks at you with wet eyes and manages a wink before returning to her work.
Good to see you. Where's the oil? Where's the oil?
I'm not mad, darling. I'm not mad. Sweetheart?
Fire her. She ain't coming back.
The hooded man exudes a restrained menace that near matches your own. As he raises...
Be not frightened. Perhaps I can even offer some aid. Need supplies? Be quick about it, little wolf. My errands are more important than trade.
to none.
I'd say we should stop to talk, but I'm...
My fight is strong. No way I'll miss it.
Do not lose hope. The one will arrive in time.
Someone will yet be chosen.
There is no shame in loss. We will yet reveal the one.
You don't become the one by
Each
winning
day
just a
brings
match
us
or
one
two.
step closer. Each day brings us one step
I
closer.
deserve the glory.
The one will walk among us, though not today.